Okay, my name is Rachel Hoof. Nistuako. Uki Nitsukoex. Nistuakok. Sodaki. I want to welcome you here this evening to honor Sawaki and her memory and her legacy that she's left behind. This evening, I'm really quite full of gratitude because it's been many years since I've had my family in the same room. My oldest brother, Dwayne, my brother, Clarence, my sister, Anna, and my brother, Jack. I think most of you know that I'm the youngest, the brattiest. No, I'm just kidding. And our sister, Veda. I just wanted to announce that we will be starting shortly. I've asked an elder, Floyd Melting Tallow, to open with a prayer and smudge. And then I'll have some family members that I've asked to say a short speech about what it is that they want to share tonight. And then we have drummers here, and we also have someone who's going to sing an honor song for the family and for my mother. So I just ask you to be a little bit patient. You know how elders are. They have to prepare for really a big life event like this. But while I'm up here, I just want to, again, welcome everybody that has supported my mom during her illness. And I wanted to thank, everybody that's here. And it's been a real honor to have to prepare the final arrangements for my mother. Being the youngest, I don't know a lot about our traditional protocols because she took us to Calgary in 1975 and I was only 7 years old. I went backwards. No, I'm just kidding. I was 7 and shortly turned 8. So in the brief history, I thought that was the obituary or the memory of my mother. I thought that was really short because she is 89 years old, or was 89 years old, and she lived a really full life. I'm 54, and looking back on my 54 years, I can see a lot of changes in my life that have occurred. I'm a grandmother, a mother. I've gone through a few careers. I returned back to school as a mature student with Teddy and Coda as babies. And one of the things that I'm really proud of in my life is overcoming a lot of the trauma that everybody in this room has experienced due to the dark years of the residential school era. And my mother protected me and my brother Jack from having to experience that. And so tonight I honor her as a survivor and all my siblings for surviving. And I want them to know that I truly love them. And I'm so thankful that they supported me through this whole process. And my sister Rhonda said, "You got one thing right tonight, Rachel." And that's, in our culture, we bury our loved ones within 4 days. I said, "Thank you for saying that." It's not an easy process, and I'm still learning to reach out to family for help. But having survived a lot of the intergenerational trauma that's passed on through the generation, that's something that I'm learning, and I'm on a learning journey too, and a healing journey. And everyone here, I honor you guys tonight for coming here, because it's not easy to come out and have to say our farewells to a woman that touched everyone in here and the community that isn't here tonight. So please forgive me if I have done anything to offend you during the organizing and making these final arrangements. But it was just my sister Anna. And when my sister Anna's near me, I feel like I can do anything. And she cheers me on. And I'm really grateful for that. And I'm grateful for my children who came and also supported to the best of their ability when Mom was breaking down and having tears of frustration and sorrow. So I'm just waiting for the elder to arrive, and then we could get started. So our program will go with Floyd melting tallow, opening with a prayer and smudge. And I chose him because he was very close to my parents back when they joined the LDS Church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And when I first met him, he was basically a stranger to me. And, he, in our Blackfoot way, really greeted me. And he said, I know your parents. And I don't meet a lot of people that say that to me, that they knew Joe Hoof and my mother, because it's been so long that that we were taken away and raised in Calgary. And I was like, oh yeah, that's really nice to hear. He goes, your parents really supported me when I decided to go on a mission, and I'll be praying for your mother. And ever since then, I've sort of adopted him as my elder, because this whole circle, the whole circle has come full circle. And so I was really grateful that he invites me out to sweats. I don't sweat, but I go to sweats, and I'm trying to get more connected to my culture. And so I asked him tonight if he would open with a smudge and prayer, and he should be arriving here soon. And then after that, I'll introduce my brother Clarence, and he is a really good storyteller. Ever since I was a young child, I wanted to be a good storyteller like him, but instead I just told lies. No, I'm just kidding. So I'll have Clarence come up, and then I'll ask my brother Dwayne to come up and say a few words, and Auntie Annie, and who's else on the list? Oh, Tennille and Paloma, to come up and share their talents that they have. My mother's grandkids are all very, very talented, and that's because that seed was planted a long time ago. She's very artistic, and I see that in many of her grandchildren. I myself wasn't talented enough to get that artistic gene, but anyways, I tried. Just waiting for Floyd. So yeah, if we could just wait a few more minutes, they should be here any minute. Thank you. I'm waiting for Floyd to come. Okay, I'd like to open our ceremony tonight to honor my mom. I'd like to introduce Floyd Melting Tallow. And I said earlier that I asked him to open today because of the history that he's had with my parents and my family, and because he's also served a mission in Navajo land. Was it in New Mexico? Okay.
North, southwestern Mission.
Yeah.
New Mexico, Utah, California.
Oh. In the southern part of the U.S., around Utah, New Mexico, and he's also a Eeks member. And that was one thing that my mother really instilled in us, was to walk in both worlds. He's in the Indigenous world and the non-Indigenous world, that it can be done, and that's one of the things that she really instilled in us. So I'd like to welcome Elder Floyd Melting Tallow.
Okay, Nixoko. Rachel asked for our native way in prayers, and also her being a LDS Mormon member. So we're going to do, first we're going to start with the coffin. We're going to bless that and say our native prayer, and then I'll pray in our the white people's prayers, speak in English. As a missionary, and I'd like to. It is. I think tonight you're looking at me and you see this thing on me. This thing, what I'm wearing. A couple of New Years, Rachel showed up at my house and she bought this thing in a shirt and pants, gave it to me as a son. There was a powwow that night, and she's played many roles in my life as a LDS member. He showed a lot of caring and love for my sister and I, and we're good friends with Barbara. So I would like to start with that, to bless the coffin for the tomorrow when at the graveside, the way we in our LDS way, the family members will put dirt in the grave, and the prayer will be said. That is how, as a missionary, that's how we perform the ceremony at the burial ground. See, it is hard for me tonight. This is a place where we had a funeral for my daughter. You gotta excuse me, yeah. But I got a little story just before I start. See, in St. Carlos, Arizona, the Apaches, we had a branch church there, and the branch president always kind of left this short native person, and came up before the service started. He asked the branch president, am I able to give a talk, a ceremony? And the branch president says, oh, Brother Brown, we get enough people. I said, oh, you never gave me a chance. Branch president looked at each of us, you know, the missionaries and the assistant to the branch president. And he looked at Brother Brown and says, okay, we'll let you give the second talk. Okay. So as the service started, he got up. He started talking about himself. He started bragging about everything he's done in life, you know. It's about 3 hours he kept talking and we kept pulling his shirt, you know. He just hit our hand like that. So I don't want to do that, you know. Let's just do this thing. Who has maybe horns here? How about the Kirsten dances? Suwaki.
Suwaki.
Suwaki. Suwaki. Our dear Heavenly Father, we ask for thy blessing to be with us tonight. We ask these blessings through the power of the Melchizedek priesthood. Heavenly Father, we ask for thy blessing to bless Rachel in this travel back to you, that she may be able to meet her relatives, her husband, all the people that brought joy to her life. And we ask at this time if we could bless each of her children, grandchildren, and all her relatives. Bless each one of them through the power of the Melchizedek priesthood. We ask all these blessings to be with the people who are here tonight. We ask for thy blessings that we may be able to feel that love that you have for us, for our people. Bless each one of the people that we travel with. We ask that we may be able to always find that narrow path back to your Heavenly Father. I ask that you bless the people that are on the street. Bless the people that are struggling the sickness, all the bad things in life. We ask for thy blessing to overcome these things, that we may be able to walk in the light of your path, of the truthness to you, Heavenly Father. We ask if thou could bless each of the people tonight that are here. Bless the people that does the work here. We are thankful for what Rachel has done for our life. An example that you showed, caring, love, kindness. She has brought a lot of joy. And the most powerful thing that you put on this earth, Heavenly Father, is a mother. Our mother looked at us when we were born, take care of us, and always watching us as we grow. She feels the love, proud of what we do in life. Please bless each of the spiritual ladies here, their children, grandchildren, and all the old people. Bless each of them. They have got to that stage of life. They have done all their kindness and all the work that they have overcome the obstacles that are in front of them. We ask for thy blessing to be with the people around us, that we may always find that smile and that gentleness to help each other. And I ask you at this time that we may be able to have all the power and find the kindness that my cousins, Rachel's kids, to find that gentleness, kindness towards each other. that they may help each other. We ask these things as I've seen people on my mission. You have blessed me in many ways, but that is the greatest thing when I see the people that has helped us to grow, the people that call upon you, and it shows in their smile, their gentleness, and the help and hands that they help us in our life. And I say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Is everybody going to talk?
Yeah.
Just I'm done. Just need to bless her. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Show a lot of, when you're young, we have Sister Frida.
Yeah.
Oh, she showed up.
Thank you. Thank you, Floyd. Joni, can you grab me that blanket next to you? Bring it here, please, and thank you. Just wanted to thank Floyd for coming and at short notice to offer a prayer for my mom.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to ask Senakwan to come up. I just learned my brother's traditional name. So I'll give you the time now.
Okay, it's the BMX. So Danica Clarence of Istabohkomi, Danica. Hold on, we're here to honor my mom. I was the fourth of his kids, so that makes me a very holy person. Because I'm the fourth child. So I'm proud of that. But she taught me a lot, how to survive in this world. When I was still really young, she taught me how to work hard. We grew up when we had to chop wood, haul water up the hill, and taught us how to be self-sufficient, how to hunt, how to skin, how to be humble too. Haigakimachsen. This one time we went hunting. Mom. Dad told him to sit there on this hill to keep an eye out for that deer to come running by. Here she went and sat on a bunch of ants. Next thing she looked down, all these ants were running all over her legs. And she chased the deer away, and Dad got mad at him. Says, "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" all these ants were running over me. My mom she was strict, but she taught us how to be strong. And when you think about it, back then, where we lived, it's good. They didn't have roads like now, and they didn't have. So she must have had a rough time living out there. Lonely too, because I've been living out there. It's the wind. Ooh. Turn up the TV. But it's mom. She was good to me, strict. Sometimes I wish I spent more time with her. She taught me a lot about her, where we came from. If I knew how to speak Blackfoot better, I would probably understand more of what she told me about where we come from. And I know we're chiefs. We're all chiefs. But our bloodline comes from some real powerful people. So that's what makes me strong and proud when I walk around in any nation. And what I've been doing is counting coup on my on the snack wags, crows. I've traveled around, and that's what I do. That's why I count coup like our grandfathers. Ikakita some akusknis that I counted coup on them. I get a stick, walk up to them, just touch them. I counted coup on you. So kakayim, I've been around. So that's what Mom told me. One of our grandfathers was powerful. His name is Many Coups. I don't know how to say that in Blackfoot. Second state. Akutaki. He's one of our Akutaki. Oh, one. Only Kesknif. Okay. Plenty coup. Oh, I guess plenty coups on it's been. Thank you. Go may say good times. Oh yeah, you have to. Okay, thank you for my time, and now Dwayne will tell more. He's older, smarter.
Just wait, I need to have, Floyd needs to sing an honor song or prayer song. Oh, no? Oh, okay, no? Rusty, he wants you to come up here. He wants you to come up here.
Excuse me, that this is this way, blessing the coffin in our native way. I didn't make this up. This was shown to me by an elder. After this thing is over, we're supposed to have somebody sing a song. My biggest problem is I've worked 36 years as a provincial police, and being the only natives, there's a lot of, I've got injured quite a few times. I had concussions, so I have my memory is not that good anymore. So thank you very much.
Okay, Nixoka. To the family, my Indian name is Natwinsky. I'm brother to friend to Rachel. It's hard for me to stand up here and talk, but I send my condolences to all of you in the family. The elder here wants me to sing a song for your mother. This is a special song that we sing to our mothers or the women. It's an honor song. So I'm going to sing her a song, and with our prayers to send her off in a good way and to heal your hearts. And with that, like I said, to help the family with your mourning and what you're going through right now, to come together and to remember we are celebrating her life tonight, and to remember all the things that she's done in her life for family, relatives, and friends. She's touched a lot of lives. She's come into our lives. I've shared a little bit of time with her and Rachel, and I send my prayers to each and every one of you. Sami kakima liksukwa. Try hard and work together. Liksukwa. I guess the elder was just wanted me to share a little bit of myself. He wanted me to share with you that how I'm able to be gifted with these songs. I've been a part of the Pearson Sundance for about 30 years, and I just wanted to share that to you, so I have the right to be up here and sing. And I've been married to my wife Philomena for 42 years, and we've turned our life around for the better, and I'm just here tonight to just share my love and my prayer to the family. No disrespect for nobody, and just to send your mother off in a good way. Niksukwa. Thank you.
Hoki nitsukua. Studaniko muhtsikin. Japin chikasim is Dwayne Hoof. I'm I'm the oldest of Joe and Betty Hoof's children. I have an older brother that my mom brought in with my dad. And he's my late brother Bill. But today we're talking about my mother. Takuchi po in exista Choaki. Nitsknib na exista 1952 Chichipokai. And that time itopi me on the west gate. Iskskad my dad the west gate from granaries and horses and cattle. And my dad matchtu sachi Camsel Hospital in East Chinita, Kaksnani, one lung. And who was there to help? Chowaki. And Chowaki got on a horse and rode the fence line. And that's what to Ituania, oh, I'm a cheeks and I'm a chitashi. And each Knip, I was about 4 years old. At that west gate, there was a big rattler there. There was me and Bill and our late dog Bimbo. We're all around it because I know it. I was only 4 years old, and there's a big rattler in that. And because we live out in Sokyo, my dad, when he came out from Cancer Hospital, the government, the Indian government and the reserve are entitled, if you come back from Cancer Hospital and you're alive, you're entitled to one section of land. And my dad came home and was allowed that section. And they were moving out to the coal banks where Nick King was married to my grandmother. And that's where they're dragging the one-room shack from Moses Lake in Cardston all the way to that. They were going there, but they stopped at Rary's because there was a fence there. And Rary had a big pasture there. So they left that one-room shack there, and he was there for maybe 5 years, enough for the cows to make a good trail around there. Anyways, in 1954, my dad went out there with a horse-drawn mower, and we started to live out there. And my mom came out there, and she bought 200 chickens with her from McGrath. She got them mail ordered, and when they came, they're all little chicks and little yellow chicks in boxes, and there was 200 of them. So she raised them, and we raised them in our house until they're good enough, and then they were running all over the place. And then when summer came, when the haying season started, the road went right by our house, and all those chickens would be out there. And then those guys would come down, because coming down the hill, they can't stop, eh? And then all those chickens are there, and then my mom says, "Go, so we go and pick them up, bring them up, eat them. Eh? So we're never without food. And my mom always had chickens. We always had eggs, and we always had fresh meat to eat, you know. And so it was that kind of things that my mom did. Eh? Another thing that she was very protective of her kids. And I'm one of the rowdy ones. So one day I found this metal stick as I was swinging around, and I accidentally hit Clarence. And Clarence had a bleeding eye, and my mom just went, I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you. And she started chasing me around, and I was running around all over the place. And finally, I had to go to the coolie and hide there until she cooled off. Yeah. And another time, I did the same thing to Clarence. I accidentally ran over him. In those Extendicas, those skinny wheel Benny wagons. Clarence was coming up the wheel, and I said, and the horse went, and Clarence fell down, and the wheel went over, and I looked there. My mom was there, so my mom threw me off, and I couldn't do any more driving for that, So, and then another time, I gave my late brother Bill a sleeper hole, and I really gave him a real fast one. And next thing, he went limp, and I slowly put him down, and then all of a sudden, I was watching him, and next thing, you know how it is when you come out of a sleeper hole, you start jerking around and all that. And my mom seen this, you killed my son! And of course, I'm a fast guy, out that door, and I had to run around, because I don't know, she always was coming after me for some reason. So when that time came, I told her, Mom, I got this license. We could make a big business from it. And my mom said, what kind of business? Oh, you can't do it. Somebody else is going to do it, eh? So these are some of the things my mom did. She really, I don't know, she was for me, and sometimes she was against me. Because I always, sometimes, this will come out now because I was a very daredevil. I do things, I lived in Calgary, and I was an arrogant guy, and I could go and rent a car, and I could go and do these things, and I could dress up, and I could go. I had a life, eh? Then one day, it came crashing down, and my mom was there. She picked me up. She told me, you'll do good. So, then one day she came and told me, I found a $150 headdress. I bought it for you to strip and how to make it. And then after I stripped it, we found out it was all made out of glue. Hey? Me and my wife said, we're in it. So that's what me and my mom left. Eh? She knew how to raise chickens and how to keep that, and she always knows how to. Sees an opportunity, she'll let her child try it, and that's why. I don't know if you knew this, but I am a licensed funeral director, and I got my license back in '97. And I opened up the Hobima Funeral Home. And the Crees didn't like me because I'm from the South. So I came down to the reserve here, and I told them what I achieved, and they want somebody else to do it. So here's who I am. She's not here to strengthen me. Okay. Thank my mom for everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Dwayne. Growing up, I remember our Christmas parties and our Christmas dinners, and Dwayne and Rose were always a big part of our celebration. So now I'd like to, we're getting close to our wake here. COVID has really changed the way we do business, so I'd like to ask Ispapui to come up and say a few words about Zawaki.
Stonokaniko Itspap Annie Davis. And my maiden name was Annie Plenty Coops, not Plain Woman. Somebody patsinchkatsi my dad okistuto from down south. Nagsiksabi ko. Kini itespum at the office. Itanista to call, translate the Blackfoot names to white. In my dad, itanis Plain Woman mataliku. Plenty Coops Daniku. Aku Taki means plenty coop. And those girls, I was at the residential school. Tsitanikya, Plain Woman, Ishtanista, Kuhtaniku, Plain Woman, your dad, Awaki, Isukasimi. I started crying, and he was Kakanisti, Plain Woman, Plenty Coops. So she's my sister. There was 5 of us. There was Mrs. Jimena Feathers, Nellie, Longtime Squirrel, Sarah Wolfchild, Kinalchoaki, Kinisto, and our brothers were Percy Plain Woman. That was my dad's son. And there was Willie, Willie Plain Woman, and Lawrence Plain Woman. So there was 8 of us in the family. And we were raised up good. My dad worked for the Northwestern Mounted Police up. They all came down. I know their posts, the policemen, not Royal, it's North Mounted Police. They were the ones that looked after the reserve, and they hired my dad and other natives to look to, our reserve. And it's knimatsia, my dad, how to have a big garden, how about horses and cattle, and we had chickens. We were rich in food, I'll tell you, but we were poor in clothes. But my mother took the moccasins, and we had plenty to eat. And we had a root cellar, and our house was built by my uncles, a log house. Those log houses. People made them, and we had one like that. And we had no electricity, and we had the springs in the creeks or the river. My dad knows where to get the water, the springs. He knows, and he digs them out. That's where we get our water, drinking water. To me, it wasn't a hard life for me. I never thought about the future. I thought we're just going to live like that. I really enjoyed the way I lived. We helped our dad. We weren't told to do things to help. We help her dad to chop wood, and we bring them wood. And we went to get water with him. He had big barrels, and he had a root cellar where all the vegetables are in. And the neighbors will come, and we fed our neighbors. We had lots of food, and there was their cattle my dad killed. He went after cows in the fall. We always had dry meat, berries. We all go pick berries and dry our berries for the winter. We had lots to eat. We had a milk cow. And my mother made butter. I drank the milk, when she starts making her butter, the buttermilk. I drink it. No wonder I'm strong now. I'm still strong and I walk and exercise. I had good food when I was growing up. And she had curly hair, and we went to school, and the boys called her Porcupine because her hair was curly, you know. I tell her, please comb your hair. You're called Porcupine. How do we call Porcupine in Blackfoot? Huh? What is Porcupine in Blackfoot? I forget. Hi? Hi? The boys call her Porcupine. Her hair was this, that's how comb your hair. And they call her Joachim. There's a saint by the name of Joachim. They call her that because that's that Joachim, that pretty woman. She knew how to cook. Of course, I know how to cook. The nuns, we went to the residential school. And I became a caterer on the reserve because of the Grey Nuns. They really teach me how. We did everything. They called the residential school, it was bad. It wasn't bad. And we prayed. Now this young generation, they don't pray. They don't know how to pray. And then I'm still, I'm a good Catholic. I'll tell you I'm a Catholic. My dad is the one that brought us baptized. And I'm glad I'm a Catholic. I still pray. I go to church every Sunday. My late husband told me when he was sick, go to church alone. Now I'm sick. And keep going to church. That's how I help my family. I pray for them and everybody. And this sickness, that bad sickness that came, it was written that this sickness was going to come, and it came. I have a prayer. It's written there. If you don't pray, you're going to get it. You have to pray. Leave that alcohol and drugs alone. I shouldn't be preaching, but I have to. And my sister was a good cook. She worked at the school. She made pies. And when I lost my parents, I was young. I was 13. And I'll go to her house for the summer. She always make cakes, pies. And she sewed all the boys, their clothes, overalls, shirts. She did that. And she did everything. She even, we always go to where the East Gate they work. Sometimes that King, Raymond King and his wife, we all go to the fields and there was grain on the ground. We pick them and put them in sacks and we go sell them. Make good money. We did everything to make money. And also there's coal mine on our reserve. And that's what my dad go there and haul all that coal in wagons for the winter. So we were warm all winter. We had coal to my dad put in the stove. And there was a paper not long ago, as a lady wrote in a paper, she was saying, I wonder how did these Indians survive? I was going to write in the papers, but I'm not that good. I'm not good education. I didn't have good education. I went up to grade 9. And that we survived as Indians. And before that, it was the buffaloes. We made clothes out of them, blankets. And my brother used to hunt these birds. How do we call them? Swans, whatever. She made downfield pillows for us, even blankets. So the Indians survived. Now we're still alive. So she was a good lady, this lady. She was my sister. Now I have no more sisters, but I have my daughter looking at. She was my daughter there is my best friend. We travel together. And my son looked after me and his wife. They're good to me. We had a good life, Betty. Our parents, they raised us good, and our neighbors come to get eggs, and my mother gives them eggs, whatever they want, potatoes, vegetables, because we had a root cellar. At that time, we didn't have no electricity, so that root cellar kept all the vegetables cool. And our milk cow, we had butter. We had to help, but I was always scared to pick the eggs. I was so scared of the animals, but I had to do that. Yeah, our parents brought us up good, not to fight, to love one another. That's tell you that we should love one another. My mother, when I was going to school at the residential school, she told me, if those girls get after you, just look at them, don't bother with them. So that's what I did. I just didn't, somebody was telling me, why didn't you fight them? My mother told me not to fight. You have to love one another, no matter what happens. I have enemies, but I don't bother with them. They're against me, but I love them. You love one another, that's what I say. And the good Lord will always help you. That's what things, sometimes I get so, I think, where should I get this and that? But things come slowly to me because I pray hard. But I'm not getting old. I'm 86. She was 89. Yeah. That's what Betty was. Oh yeah, she was a real good rider. She gets onto any wild horse. She jumps on any wild horse. She was tough lady, Betty. And me, I was so scared of horses. She was really tough. One time, our brother-in-law had a race horse. They were going to go to a race somewhere in the land. They told her, ride that race horse, but we don't want you not to gilly up that horse. And she did. Yeah, she just passed us. That man, our brother-in-law was so mad. I told her not to. She was I'll say a wild woman. And me, I wasn't like that. And our mother, she showed her how to bead, and she did. And she showed them how to make teepees. Me, my mother never showed me that. You know how to do this and that. I don't know. I don't know how to bead, but she did everything. And my other sisters too. They make teepees, moccasins, outfits. Yeah, she was a gifted child. But I'll miss her, but she always tells me to dress up like the way she dressed up, long dresses and that. No, I don't. I just look at her. I know. I'm going to trip on this long dress I'm going to wear. No, I don't dress like that. I have my own way to dress up. She always tells me, do this and do that. I have my own way. We always have our own ways. She has her ways. And one time she told me, I always bring lunch for New Year's or Christmas at the dance. I made pie, meat pie. Those Wolfchilds know that. Here's some bannock and tea, and I didn't want to give her anything because she will talk. She was sitting way over there. Those girls went and gave her meat pie. And way after she told me, your meat pie is so thick. I was just looking at her, and I didn't bother with her. And after I phoned her, and I told her, you pies are just half an inch, you apple pie. And my meat pie is thick. That's the way meat pie is supposed to be. You know, she tells me stuff, and I don't listen to her. I just look at her. You know, I don't want to argue with her. And now she was sick. I go and see her. She'll just start getting mad at me. I don't talk to her. And now they brought her here at the hospital here. So I went to see her. She looked up, she looked at me, she told me, it's about time. Oh, I didn't talk. Yeah, she was funny in a way, but I don't argue with her, I just look at her. That meat pie, she never talked to me for a whole year. Okay then. I'm glad you all came. I'm really happy. She's my sister now, she's gone. And she's in a better place. She doesn't have to suffer anymore. I'll just have to pray, and that's it.
Is this your water? Thank you, Auntie. So we have about an hour left, and I still have 3 more agenda items. So at this time, I'd like to just take a break, but I'd like to invite Natasha Melting Tallow up to sing an honor song for my mom, grandma, and auntie, and sister, because we've heard a lot of talking. So Natasha, my friend, my friend who's a champion world fancy dancer, has been all over the place. And I want to say that Rusty and Philomena, they've adopted me I've adopted them as my family, so I have grown my family, and these are the traditions that my mother has taught me. So, Natasha?
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to be here and to be asked to sing. My auntie I took in was Rachel, and I got to know her mom for not that much time, but I take her as a grandmother, as I lost my grandmother a couple years ago, and my aunties, and it's very hard to stand up here right now because my cousin had her funeral here, so. But I just want to send my condolences to the family. I want to sing this honor song. It was given to my mother when she went on a vision quest, and we sing it in the Sweat Lodge ceremonies. And I just pray for each and every one of you here, and for this virus, that our life could be changed with this virus, that it will just go away and everybody will have a good life and live life the way it's supposed to be. And I just pray that I'll be able to dance again. I hurt my leg a week ago, and it affected me. I kind of went into a depression, but I'm here and I want to be strong for each and every one of you to sing this song. Way-oh, hey, hey, hey-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-oh, hey, hey, hey-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-ah-ya, hey-ha, way-ha-ya, way-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-ah-ya, hey-ha, way-ha-ya, way-ha-ya, way-oh, hey, hey-oh. Na tu siwa isamo kita, hey, hey-oh. Tsitsiki mataps nitawatsi moiska, hey, hey-oh. Nuhkutu kita taksipeta biso, hey-oh, hey-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-oh, hey, hey, hey-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-ah-ya, hey-ha, way-ha-ya, way-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-ah-ya, hey-ha, way-ha-ya, way-ha-ya, way-oh, hey, hey-oh. Na tu siwa isamo kita, hey, hey-oh. Tsitsiki mataps nitawatsi moiska, hey, hey-oh. Nuhkutu kita taksipeta biso, hey-oh, way-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-oh, hey, hey, hey-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-ah-ya, hey-ha, way-ha-ya, way-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-ah-ya, hey-ha, way-ha-ya, way-ha-ya, way-oh, hey, hey-oh. Na tu siwa isamo kita, hey, hey-oh. Tsitsiki mataps nitawatsi moiska, hey, hey-oh. Nuhkutu kita taksipeta biso, hey-oh, way-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-oh, hey, hey-oh, hey, hey-oh. Way-ah-ya, hey-ha, way-ha-ya, way-oh, hey, hey, yo. Way, ya, hey, ha, way, ha, ya, ho, way, ha, ya, ho, way, yo. Hey, hey, yo. Na tu siwa isamo kita, hey, yo. Tsi kimataps ni tawat si moiska, hey, yo. Nuhkutu kita taksipeta piso, hey, yo, hey, yo. La, 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 la. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. So right now, I'd like to shift gears and introduce Tennille Hoof. He's one of my mother's many, many grandchildren. And with that, we talked a little bit about her artistic abilities and gifts and talents that she had throughout her life. And as the youngest daughter, I see that in many of her grandchildren that she's had. And although I haven't had gotten to know Tennille very well, the little time that I have gotten to know him over Facebook, I noticed right away that he's very talented. And so I invited him tonight to share his poems with us. Tennille?
Okay, nistone dana go Tennille Hoof. Just kind of bear with me. Grandma, to walk into your room and see you smile, I walked over and hugged you all the time. You always made me smile and always had stories to tell. I loved sitting with you every day and listening to the memories you had to share. You showed us that life can't be all that bad. There is always a light at the end of the tunnel. You were strong. You had faith in us all. You had great spirit. Even if the day was dull. You were just my grandma. You were my best friend. I know you had to go. Now I feel I'm all alone. But I know you're close. When I feel the warmth at night, I know it's you giving me a goodnight kiss. When I feel my chest getting tight, I know that's you giving me a big hug. When I feel the wind brush through my hair, I know you're whispering hello to me. When I see the sun shine, I know you're happy. When I see that bright star, I know that's you watching us all and smiling. Now a beautiful angel watching over us all, we pray to you each night. Losing you, Grandma, broke my heart. And every day, without a doubt, I think of you and shed a little tear. For our beautiful grandma I love so dear. You can shed tears that she is gone, or you can smile because she has lived. You can close your eyes and pray that she'll come back, or you can open your eyes and see all she's left. Your heart can be empty because you can't see her, or you can cherish her memory and let it live on. You can cry and close your mind, be empty and turn your back, or you can do what she'd want. Smile, open your eyes, love, and move on. Again, I love you, Grandma. It's Waki. Thank you for everything. Thank you for always being there for me and teaching me. You'll forever be in my heart always, Grandma. And I wouldn't be here without you. But I know you're always watching over me. And I'm so thankful and grateful to be here with my family, all of you. My relations, all my relations. Again,
Okay, save the best for last. No, just kidding. I know my mother really loved and adored and had a special relationship with all of her grandchildren. And as the like Marne, Veda, all that generation got older, the more grandchildren keep coming. And I came along and I had a daughter named Paloma, and she had a really special relationship with my mom because my mom had 3 traditional names, and she actually gave Paloma one of those names, which is Dostuitaki. So I'd like to ask Paloma to come up and say a few words about her relationship with her grandmother, and then we'll end with a song, because another part of my mom's life was she loved powwow, the powwow trail. Spent many years on that, and that's where I grew up during my summers from, I can't remember, a long time. And they'll have Keegan Rain come up after our last speaker and end with a powwow song for my mom. And then I'll invite whoever wants to come up with the remaining time that we have left to come up and share whatever they would like to. Okay? Paloma, or Dostuitaki.
Oh wow, I'm really small. Can everybody see me? So, good evening, everyone. I'm very thankful for all of you to have made it here safe and sound. And wherever else you go after this, I hope you can make it home safe and sound too. Yeah, like my mom said, I was very blessed with my grandmother's name. And it's real. She's at peace. She's no longer in pain, but she's here to watch over every single one of us. And I'm very blessed that she's in a better place. And if anything, she was probably very excited to go. And I say that because about 4 years ago, she had a dinner at her place, and whoever was there, she had shared that. And it was pretty serious, you know, and we all kind of laughed it off, like, come on, you know. And she said, no, you know, this is, my time is coming. And you know, having this on the 4th day, you know, I think that is very important, because it was 4 years ago. I had looked back in my memories just to see, I was curious. But when she was diagnosed with cancer, it was pretty heavy, and when I got the news, I remember I was at work. My mom told me to sit down, I need to tell you something, and she had said it, and I said, okay. And I tried to take as much time as I could to come down and visit her and see her, because I knew she was still pretty well in her mind, and she understood what was going on. And we had a lot of good laughs. I was blessed for her to make it to my wedding, and for her to meet Alyssa. It was very important to me. But I had wrote something for her because I wanted to tell her how I felt of her being my grandmother. So as grandmother is a name not given to any lady with children who have had children. It is given to those women who have come of age to share a different love to their grandchildren. My grandmother was different from yours, not as cuddly, but was warm, not as friendly, but knew how to tease you to the bone. She knew how to teach you a valuable lesson, even if it seemed out of the ordinary. She had gone through the worst of things that, as an adult, you could never imagine could happen to a child. She could have died, is what she told me once before. When they found the children that were lost but now finally set free to be home with our ancestors? Well, she survived and started a family. She made it to the age of 110, more lifetimes than you and I could ever think. She lived one hard life, harder than yours and mine combined. Yet she still had a smile, even when it got harder to smile. She played the pain down because she knew we couldn't see her feel down. She had taught me how to be strong and how to keep going, even through the hard days. You have made me smile even when I thought I could not. Most of all, you taught me how to listen and laugh, even through unfortunate events. You and I may not have gotten along at first, but in the long run, we ended up becoming the best of friends with lots of laughs. Summers with you at the house were the greatest times ever spent, those hot days going to the river to cool off. You were a go-getter. Nothing was going to stop you, not even the rough terrain. The days at the powwow will always stay with me, setting up camp and getting ready for the 3 days that felt like a month only because you would get ready the weeks leading up to pack everything you needed. You made my life so much more special because you were my grandmother. You told me always to pray because prayer is strong, just like you always were. No matter where you went, you always made people smile and laugh. With all your many friends you made from near and far, you were known by many and will be remembered by all. You were rich in love, laughter, and kindness, and you had a heart full of gold, and I'll never forget it. You will always be my one and only grandmother, and I am so thankful and blessed to have called you my grandmother. I love you forever and always, no matter where my journey takes me. I will always hold our memories close, and your name even closer. My grandmother was a very beautiful woman, and being able to look back at her pictures of how young she was, looking at them, I honestly couldn't believe how beautiful she was through her whole entire life. And I know for a fact that she'll be with every single one of you because no matter how old she got, she still remembered everybody's name. And if you pray to her, she will always be there because she loves every single one of you. But most of all, what she always said is work hard and pray. Don't ever forget that. She's a very strong woman, right till the end.
Thanks, Paloma. Every wake I've gone to since I've moved back home always has a slideshow, so we didn't want to veer too far from tradition. I forgot we have a slideshow prepared. Lisa's going to load that up, and then we'll end with the powwow song from the powwow singers. Okay, just wait. At the end, we'll do that. Lisa? Just kidding. So we're going to come to a close. We'll have the singers, and then we'll open the casket, and you can bless it. And then we'll have anybody who wants to share a story. So I'd like to, again, I'm trying to cram everything into a few hours of our wake here tonight. And like I mentioned earlier, and as you could see in the photos, Mom really loved the powwow trail. If anything, that's what kept me connected to our identity. So I'd like to invite Yellow Gun up here. They're the Chief Moon's relations, right? Keegan Rain, yeah. So I'm trying to get a little bit of everybody in here and there. You know what I'm talking about? No, I'm just kidding. The casket will be open now, and Annie will bless it. You can see how that drumming can get people really excited. You're just going to bless her casket. Okay, you guys can go home now. No, just kidding. No, I'd just like to invite anybody up who wants to. We have 30 minutes left. Yes. our movie star.
Thank you. It's good to be here. You guys, most of you probably know me. My name is Telly, and Tuaki was my grandmother. And Rachel asked me to play some songs today on my guitar. I brought my guitar. I just wanted to let you know that. I'm not going to now. It's too late. But I was thinking about it. Like, she asked me a few days ago, and I didn't know what songs to play. I told her I only know rock songs. I'm in a punk rock band. We play songs like Born to Kill, Stab Your Back, and I was like, I don't know if I could play that kind of stuff there. ELO, yes. And so I learned some stuff yesterday, and yeah, I'm glad, I'm kind of relieved that I'm not playing, to be honest, because I would have been messing up a lot. My relationship with my grandmother was pretty interesting. As most of us could probably say in here. She was mean. Wow. Yeah. Like she ran a tight ship, you know. Sometimes our parents would she'd drop us off at the house, and I remember hanging out with my Uncle Dwayne's kids there. You know, some of them. I don't know. I think when you guys moved away, you had the rest of your kids. So I know like the first half, but not necessarily the back half. And it's funny because I watched Spider-Man, and you know, Spider-Man has all those variants. You look over there and you see Dwayne and all his variants. Just joking. So it was interesting. Every time I eat cantaloupe, I think of my grandma, because she made me eat this overripe cantaloupe. It was really mushy, and I didn't want to eat it, and she was like, "No, you can't play outside till you finish that. What's on your plate?" I was like, "Oh man," and I couldn't. You know, it took me a while to get back into cantaloupe, but I'm back on the pony. You know, I'm back on the horse, and enjoying it. One thing was when my dad was in the hospital, she was there. She was, you know. Like, to me, I was losing my dad, and I never really thought of it from her point of view. She was losing a son, and I can't imagine losing my kids before I'm gone. And but she was there, and you know, she was strong for everybody, and that's one thing that I think I've carried on. You know, that a lot of us have. You know. A lot of like my friends, they tell me that I'm stubborn, and you know, they're like, "Oh, it's because you're a Taurus." I'm like, "No, it's because, you know, I'm from the Hoofs, you know," and it's not stubbornness; it's perseverance. Like once we're set on a goal, you know, we see it through, and I think I received that along with, you know, I keep track of, you know, what a lot of people here, you know, do on Facebook, and you know, we've accomplished a lot as a family, and I think we owe it to her, you know, her toughness, you know, her strength, and she was strong, you know, when she was there when my dad was in the hospital. And a memory that I have is like somebody like startled her, and I don't know much Blackfoot. Not at all. I mean, you know, she'd probably get mad at me for my lack of understanding. But I remember when she got startled, she was like, "Buck's your game." And I was like, So I kept that word in my head, and I was like, Bakshakema, what? So I went home and I asked my mom, I was like, what does this mean? She's like, it means stinky feet. I was like, all right, that's kind of an interesting thing to say instead of, cussing or whatever, that's good. I just wanted to share a moment that I had with her. It's weird because I moved away from Lethbridge probably back in '94, and I've never really come back, sometimes to visit, but I've always felt like Siksika was home. And so, coming down here was hard because I have a lot of family memories and stuff, and so the only time I really came down here was to visit my dad or for, funerals. And I was down here for the late Darius, longtime squirrel, his funeral. And Grandma didn't have a ride home, so they asked me, do you think you could give Grandma a ride home? I said, yeah, okay, I was kind of scared, to be honest. I didn't know what she was gonna, say to me, or, I just felt like I can't play my music, I can't, yeah. So we were driving, and she just started telling me stories about her late husband and some guys that she's known in her life. I don't know if they were brothers or cousins, but a lot of them, she told me they drank a lot. And she said that she said the one thing that they always told her was that they have control of it, that they could quit whenever they want. And she said right up until, the drinking killed them, she would say that. Though she would say that they would say that they could quit anytime they want. And she was like, if you're going to listen to anything that I have to say, then I want you to listen to this. I don't know if you drink, whether it's a little or a lot. I don't want you to drink. And what I want you to do is I want you to think about why you drink. And then you'll figure it out. And I had like a 2-hour drive back to Strathmore. So that whole trip, I didn't play any music, and I thought about the reasons why I drank. I didn't drink a lot, to be honest, but I thought about why I do it. And a lot of why I did it was because it lowered my inhibitions. I always felt like I was a charming drunk. Like I could, talk to the ladies, and, I felt good about it. And I was funny. I was always making people laugh. And I thought that's the only reason why I drink, is to, be social and open up to people. And then I thought, well, that's not really a good reason. I mean, why don't I just, grow a pair and and do that sober? So from that day on, I decided I wouldn't touch a drink again. And I haven't. So it's been about since 2014, I think. And that's all thanks to Grandma and the advice that she gave her. And I think that's what I wanted to leave you guys with, is just to think about those moments that we've had with her. And yeah, she was an awesome lady, even though words of wisdom. She came to my wedding, and she went on record. I'm gonna claim this. she came to my wedding and she said, she was like, yeah, Telly, he's my favorite grandkid. I don't really know him. And, I love that sense of humor about her. One of my heroes is Don Rickles, and how he'd insult people, and a lot of people on my Bear Hat side, they're always like, man, you're rotten. Like you could just, some of the stuff you say could just cut real deep. And I was like, I think I get that from my Hoof side. Thanks to this lady, and it was just like what somebody else said. She could say something to you and you just learn something, even though it cuts you in the moment, but then you're like, oh no, that makes sense. Once you get over your own ego, cuts to the truth, exactly. So yeah, I just wanted to share those words, and just wanted to say I love you, Grandma, and it's good to see all the cousins here, and Uncle Jack. I got some Jack stories. Yeah, he's a gas guy. So yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Nadanakua Asamaki. My name is Marnay. I'm Billy Hoof's Hunt, oldest daughter. And Auntie asked me a couple days ago if I wanted to, or be prepared. Did not prepare myself until I was driving up here of what I could say and what I could share. And it was kind of like Telly, like most of my stories are her getting after me. And most of her stories are getting after me and Veda. I'm the second oldest. Veda beat me by, I believe it's 3 months. And we were like this growing up. Auntie Anna and Rachel used to call us Skinny Minnie and Fatso. And then when I tried to call Veda Fatso, she just wanted to work me over because you're not supposed to call her, I'm not supposed to call her Fatso. But I remember, going over to Grandma's house. We lived right across the street. And me and Veda would watch her cook, sew. She had one of those old sewing machines where you have to pedal your foot. I remember her washing. She would put it through the wringer and she would dry up her clothes. She had a huge garden. I loved that garden. Me and Veda would sneak in there. The carrots weren't even all grown, they'd just be little. We wouldn't even clean up the dirt. And the dirt was good. And then we'd run over to the rhubarb, the wild rhubarb, and pick that, and makes my mouth even water right now because of how sour it was. And we would just grow up just knowing Grandma to be at the home and cooking and looking after all of my aunties and uncles. And I remember this one day, I was 5 years old. I was playing at the house, and it was the old brick house. And you know how the stairs are really steep and they're wooden? So me and Veda were up top, and I was trying to convince Veda, let's roll down the stairs. Like a log roll. And she was like, no, you go. And I was like, no, you go first. I was really trying to convince her. And I was like, okay, well, we'll go halfway. So we go halfway, and I was telling her, go, just go. I'll be right behind you. So for whatever reason, I convinced Veda to log roll down the wooden stairs. And of course, you could just hear, and at the bottom, I was like, because Veda started crying. She had a bleeding nose. And I went running down there, and I was like, what am I going to say? Grandma's going to get mad at me. Sure enough, Grandma comes around the corner, and she was like, what happened? Veda, she couldn't say anything because she was crying. All she did was point at me. And then so I was like, oh my God, what am I going to tell Grandma? And then so Grandma was like, well, was it an accident or was it on purpose? And I knew what accident meant, but I didn't know what on purpose meant because I was 5. And so I was really thinking, is on purpose better than an accident? And I was really trying to think, maybe I should just say on purpose. And I'm really trying to go through this in my head as a 5-year-old. And then Grandma yells at me. She was like, well, what was it? And I was like, on purpose? And she says in Blackwood, go home. Okay. I just lived across the street. and then so Grandma, she would always have to, like, I guess, be our referee because me and Veda can only play for so long together and then we'll fight. And she would always take Veda's side. No matter what, she would take Veda's side. And then another story that I thought of that I don't think I've ever shared was Grandma, she had her own way or reasons for doing things. And I remember when I was 12 years old, and by that time we had lived here, and we would always go up to Calgary to go and visit, and it was my birthday, and we'd always meet her at the bay downtown and go way up top to that restaurant. We would always meet Grandma there, and the one day she came, and my mom, my dad, Telly, and myself, and Grandma, and she was asking me, well, what do you want for your birthday? Because she was going to get me something. And prior to that, I had asked my mom, because I was turning 12, that I wanted makeup. And my mom said, absolutely not. You're not getting makeup. And so I was like, oh. So when Grandma asked me, what do you want for your birthday? I was like, well, I wanted makeup, but Grandma said, I wanted makeup, but my mom said I couldn't have makeup. And Grandma was like, well. She didn't say anything. She was like, all right. And then so when we were leaving back to Grandma's house, Grandma was like, okay, well, she's going to ride with me. And Grandma took me straight to the Forest Lawn Shoppers Drug Mart. And we go to the beauty aisle, and she goes, Kuka, get whatever you want. And I was like, really? But my mom said no. And she was like, nope, this is your present. You're going to get whatever you want. And so I was 12 years old. I don't know what to get. My very first thing that I picked was this whitest foundation, but it was mousse, probably for a white lady, I don't know. And then I picked blue, purple eyeshadow. And then I picked eyeliner, and oh my God, I had no idea what I was picking. And then Grandma was like, okay, well, you got to get, a makeup bag. And then so Grandma picks me out my makeup bag, and I put all my stuff in. I was so happy. We went back to the house, and of course Grandma has to tell my mom, Dad, well, she wanted makeup for her birthday. I got her makeup, and you better not take it away from her. When we got back to Lethbridge, my mom just took away my makeup. So I couldn't wear my makeup. But those are some of the things that Grandma would do, right? Like, I don't know if it was just my mom. Rose, I don't know if you had a different relationship with Grandma, but for some reason, she and my mom kind of butted heads on certain things. And one of the last things, and I haven't been to the house in the old, I don't know what you guys call it, the old house or the house on the reserve. I haven't been there since me and Telly were there, and I was in grade 2, Telly was in kindergarten. So, and that house didn't have running water, had a well. I didn't know what an outhouse was. We had to go to the outhouse. Clarence lived there at the time. And so we had moved out there, and it wasn't the best experience that I've had out there. So when Grandma moved there, I was like, ugh, like, I want to visit my grandma, but I don't like the memories of that house. So I had to really get over that, and I had to really think, well, it's not about the house, it's about Grandma. So I did. I mustered up enough courage and brought all my kids, walked into that house, and man, it's changed. You can feel the warmth, you can feel the tradition, you can feel just Grandma's touch in that home from what I remembered it to be. And this is, at her age, she's still like witty and she's still funny. And she was telling me, oh, where's your husband? And I was yelling at her because of her hair. And I was telling her, he's golfing. And then she goes, oh, Hanya, well, next time you should hide his golf balls. And I was like, I should, Grandma, yes, I should. But like my brother said, it's a blessing, and that we have, that I'm a part of this family. It's a blessing that I have still a lot of my aunties and uncles on this side, because on my other side, I think I only have 2 left. So it's really awesome, and I'm sorry that we're not as close, I guess. I'm not on Facebook. I refuse to be on social media. So high five me or email me, if you guys know what high five is. But yeah, I'm thankful for being part of Grandma's family. I'm very thankful that she did. She taught me a lot in her own way, in all of the stories and all of the things that she's gotten after me for. And just the other day, I had a dream about Grandma. And she was in a 2-story home, and all these kids were running around. But she was young. She looked like one of those pictures that they had up. And she was cooking, and she was, she looked very content and very just like at peace. So I always have dreams about the ones, our loved ones that we lose, and sometimes they're not in a great place, sometimes they're very at peace and at rest. And I feel that Grandma, that was her. She was looking after, kids and cooking and taking care of a home. So thank you guys so much. I look forward to COVID hugging all of you.
Tell stories later on. I'd like to ask my brother Dwayne to come up and close with the prayer. You know that our grandmother taught us a lot about prayer, and so I think it's only fitting I ask my brother to close with the prayer.
Ayos bad pupi. Bad pupi nog poach muiska. Muisin sitä pimitsi an kukui. Kokitach se skut kai. Apinakusa nagi tisto. Pukopima nan ikistoaki. En kotachsida giknoot ochso. En pray to that. Upstucky, able to watch over us as we travel, and we'll see you tomorrow. And